Okay, good morning and welcome. I'm Dave Julius, Manager of Sim Technology for Case Corporation. And today you're going to witness some new assembly process planning technology that we've been working on over the last 15 months for Case. And first I'd like to thank you all for coming. This is the coldest day of the winter, and I appreciate whatever trials and tribulations you went through to get here today. Hopefully you'll leave here with a good feeling that it was a worthwhile trip. The first thing I'd like to do is introduce the presenters today. Starting in the order of presentation, I'd like to introduce Christian Turk. Chris, if you'd come up here a second. Chris is from the Corporate IS group at Case West, and he's going to be demonstrating the CAPES product today. Also with me from our AMQE group in Racine here at Tractor Plant is Kiran Shetty, and he will be demonstrating the Raft product on the HP unit. Also with me today, if he would step up, is Jean-Marc Averlant. He is from the Spring Company in France and the supplier of Raft, and he will be demonstrating the viewer product that Spring has with their Raft product. Thank you, John. And also with us is Jacqueline Perrin, and Jacqueline is from the Corporate IS group in Europe, and you'll see later we have some of these tools installed in Europe, and she's been part of the team to make that happen in France. Thank you, Jacqueline. Okay, we'll get started. Just so you know, from a mechanic standpoint, the equipment we're using today is a 486 Toshiba laptop, 50 megahertz for the presentation and the live demonstration of Super Capes. In all cases, we'll be using live databases located on servers in Case West or locally, and we're using production data. So this is how it would run in your plant on some equipment. The Raft will be running on an HP box 735, and later on in the presentation you'll see a demonstration of the viewer running on a Toshiba Pentium 100 megahertz using the NT40 operating system. So with that, we'll start with today's agenda. We're going to talk about the problem that this solution is addressing. We'll answer some questions on what is Super Capes, what is a visual work instruction, where does the data originate. We'll talk about the integration of that data, what are the benefits, costs, risks, and futures on this project, as well as the status, schedule, and next steps. Looking at the end users of assembly data. For years, manufacturing companies like Case have been producing just mountains of information about how to produce a product. In the case today, we're talking assembly. We take this data and somehow migrate it into the current business systems to do the scheduling and other functions of that tool, and sometimes, in fact, print that information off and present it to the shop floor in the form of a work instruction. Or we may deliver that instruction from the mountain of data in some other format using a PC tool or some other tool. What that requires is us to break through on a regular basis a wall of logins, training on different tools, looking at different platforms that they run on, because we use a collection of tools at Case, including Work Standard System, Corel Draw for some of the visual work instructions, CMS, Excel, WordPerfect, the LAP system for line balance here and at Transmission. And just looking at that picture, trying to integrate that, trying to make that work as one cohesive system, well, virtually is impossible. There's too many different platforms, too many different softwares involved, and the training to keep those up and keep your next person in line to do this work is a formidable task. The other question you might ask is, why assembly? Why not something else we do at Case? And the main reason is product assembly is a core competency for Case Corporation. We do it in virtually every plant, and we're going to continue doing it. Looking at what is assembly process planning, process planning contains the routes, operations, text, time, parts, and tools it takes to perform work on our assembly line. Once we know what that is, then we perform line balancing, which distributes that work along a physical assembly line. In many plants today, we've already started this effort. We're looking at visual work instructions, which is the marriage of some kind of a graphic with that planning data. We also then have the task of information management and delivery. How do we get the right information, the right place at the right time, in the right format? What we're going to show you today is these two tools who accomplish that task in a very elegant way, CAPES and Raft. So let's now first address what is CAPES. CAPES is a process planning tool to define the work content for assembly. In these slides, we're going to take the Magnum as an example, but you could also have multiple products involved in the assembly process, in this case the MX-30, maybe an MX-09. What we do is we assign a physical place we're going to work, in this case the cab line, and we begin attaching work elements to that in the form of operations. And you can have hundreds or thousands of these operations. Each work element would equate to one OMS in this system. And also important to know is that not all OMS sheets require graphics. So when you see the graphics presentation today, keep in mind that you don't need to or have to do this on every one. If it's required, great. If it helps, great. If it doesn't, don't use it. Within the process planning of CAPES, we have the cab line and an operation, and traditionally we attach some text in the form of a method description. This is the work you're to perform. But what CAPES does for us is it begins to associate the resource data it takes to perform that work. You can associate the parts it takes to perform that work, the tools it takes to perform that work, and the time it takes to perform that work, which is a unique feature of CAPES. We don't have any tool in CAPES today that gathers all this data into one database and allows you to manipulate and manage it. But that's not where the story stops. When you bring in your parts, you're also bringing in a parts list that associates the generic code, in this case section 04, option AC of the price book, with the package number and the parts list. So when you take that part and assign it to your operation, what you're doing is also assigning what generic code that part is used for and what package it came from. This is an important feature we're going to show you how we plan to use down the road. So when you're done, you not only have all the traditional processing information assigned to that route and that operation, but you have the generic codes associated to the work elements via the operations list, and you have the work elements associated to a product. So we now have the connection between the product or customer order and the work being done on the shop floor. Also in CAPES we have a function line balancing. It acts on all the process planning data, which can be in terms of hundreds or thousands, and associates the work elements on the assembly line to the operator. It determines the location of the component, because when you make that assignment, there's a definite address or line location where you're going to consume those parts, and we'll show you how we're going to use that later. But more importantly, it connects that generic to the operator and a physical location. So you actually, when a customer places an order, you know where that work is going to be performed and by who on the assembly line. So let's look at what line balancing is in a more global view. Let's say that you have one or multiple products to balance. And let's say that that has a mix, okay? The mix broken down by percentages here on the slide. So the first effort is to take the first bucket of work and assign it to different stations on the assembly line. And you continue that effort until you've exhausted all the work that you want to do on that assembly line for those 3, 2, 1, however many products you're going to process. Once that's done, you've emptied your man zero bucket, which is kind of like where you start from, all the work, and you've distributed it across the stations. Line balancing lets you know where you're at in terms of hitting your tack time if you have it or use it, or how close you are to balancing the work from station to station or man to man. And we'll show you this in a more detailed manner in the demonstration. So with that, I'm going to turn this over to Chris Turk, who will do a live demonstration of the product CAPES. And I'd ask you to go ahead and ask questions. We may not answer them all immediately. We may refer to later. And if not, I'm going to put them on the parking lot so we don't lose them. Okay? He's going to boot this up, and it is live, so it'll take a second.
how SuperCapes is being rewritten, and you're going to see that in the line balance. So when you're looking at SuperCapes and you're looking at line balancing, compare the two interfaces, because what you're going to see here is currently being rewritten, and we're going to be getting it mid-February. What I'm going to do, I'm going to work a little bit fast in SuperCape, so if you need me to slow down, just let me know. I'm going to bring up a route right now. For those of you familiar, I see a lot of East Moline people. As far as how this equates to your WSS system, a route would be equivalent to a standard, and an operation would be equivalent to your steps, basically, if I remember right. I'm going to go ahead and bring up operation 580 of the cab north line here at the tractor plant, which I believe is what you see in your packet. I'm going to start at the what we call the route level. There's not a whole lot of information here. This is just a route. All the information is pretty much held at the operation level.
Christian?
Yep.
Question.
Sure.
How does that information get used?
How's this is all manual. What I'm showing you right now, and we'll change some of this. This text is all text that's entered in by the operator, so you can actually
Entered into capes?
enter it straight into capes. This is our process planning system. So if you want to enter in text, you can call up like any text editor, WordPerfect or Notepad, and the process engineer sits down and just types in the information as you see it right here up on the screen.
But that's done in capes, not CMS.
This is done inside of, yeah, that's an important distinction. This is all this work is done in SuperCapes. And maybe to clarify, let me show you this. I'm going to show you the parts list. It's working very slow because we have Dave's PowerPoint presentation. I have line balancing and SuperCapes all up on one system here, so give me a second. Yep, let me get back into that operation.
What we'll show you later as he's getting back to the operation is the integration between all of the systems, including CMS, okay? Right now, we're just going to show you what capes is. We'll get to the integration piece and demonstrate that integration later.
Yeah, what I'm looking at right now is a parts list for this operation. And if you're familiar with CMS, it's going to look pretty similar. I mean, we have a part number, part description, that's your effective from date, and that's your effective through date. That's not necessarily the quantity per assembly there, that 2.0. What that is that's the quantity that I'm going to process in this particular element. And you're going to ask, well, how did that get there? What we have is I'm going to go in and I'm going to add a part. We take the CMS bill of material and we pass those changes daily to SuperCapes. So SuperCapes actually has a copy of the CMS bill of material. So what I can do right now, I can come in at a couple of different levels. I can come in at the model level, the generic code level, or the package level. And does everyone use generic codes? For MX30, basically the product's in generic code package part sequence. I'm going to just come in at the model level and I'm going to type it in the index of a model, for instance the J09 tractor. And when I do that, what it's doing is it's going through the CMS bill of material inside of SuperCapes. What you see here is a list of all the generic codes for the J09 tractor. So, you know, for instance, J09 Section 2 Choice AC MFD ROPS tractor. So I can select that one. And what you'll see now is for that particular generic code, now I have a list of packages for that generic. So I can select one of these packages, and eventually you're brought to a parts list for that package. So now I'm seeing a list of parts for package 199160A1. So I can go in now and I can say for this operation, I need to select the bolt, which is 8 on the screen, and it comes up with a 4. And now the process engineer needs to make the decision, are you going to process all 4 parts here, or do I only need, for instance, 2 of them right now because I'm going to use the other 2 down at the other end of the line. So that's how we add parts to the operation in SuperCapes. Again, because I'm working with live data, I'm actually going to go in and I'm going to delete that bolt I just added. So that's parts. Likewise, there's a list of tools and there's a tooling database within SuperCapes. So if you want to, where do I get my information?
How do you know that I'll need to watch it there?
That's going to be determined by the process planner. The process planner, I mean, you still have the same communications going on between manufacturing, design, and engineering. You have a print, you know, you need to process a particular package. You're going to set up your line. You know whether or not you need 2 of these here or 2 of these there. And And you're also going to have to process your various different options. So if it's this type of fender on one product and a different product on another fender, maybe I should just mention that real quick. We have what we call alternate operations in Super Capes, which might be a little bit different than what the term implies. What we use in Super Capes, we have this operation here, 580-0. The 0 is our alternate identification. So in other words, if I'm going to process one tractor, it's going to be 580-0. And if I'm going to process a different option, but same basic word content, I'll call it 580-1 inside Super Capes. And when I go into line balancing, all the 580s are going to be dumped to the same station on the line, unless you decide differently, in which case you'd actually create two separate operations. So it allows us to process all this variation and have different parts lists for different alternates. But when I get to line balancing, I'm going to take all the 580s, I'm going to assign them to one man on the line, and I'll show that later. Which then I suppose you could talk about times briefly, because each one of these alternates can have different times, and then you need to specify what's going to be your control time that you're going to use for line balancing, in which case right now the system defaults to the high time, but you can also flag any time as your control time. So if your Euro option is 3.5 minutes and your North American is 3 minutes, but your Euro option is so small it doesn't matter, you can flag the North American alternate to be your control time in line balancing. Probably getting way ahead of myself and way too deep right now, but hopefully some of this will become clearer as I go on. So it's fairly flexible.
Does any of this drive the clock clock?
Well, that's
No, not this time.
okay.
It can. That's the future. I'll show you. I'll talk about it later.
So, I mean, the text, they enter in the text to describe the element here. You can go in and you can enter in the parts, which we get off the CMS bill of material. You can enter in tools. Right now, as far as breaking this down into method instructions, there is a way to do that with inside Capes. Maybe some of you have heard of the infamous Barry Wood and his lease system from Doncaster, which is a most-based system kind of derivative, where he's taken most elements and categorized them. So if you wanted to use the lease system to be able to take this time of 3.5 minutes and most it, you could do it using the lease system inside Super Capes too. We're going to come back to Super Capes later, so I'm going to kind of duck out of Super Capes and go in the line balance because there's a lot to show in line balance. Super Capes information, I mean, it's as Dave said in his presentation, all it is really is text, tools, parts, and time. And that's really all there is to Super Capes. Line balancing, I'm excited to show you because I went around and talked to a bunch of you about a year and a half ago to try to gather requirements for a line balancing system, and this is what we came up with, so I'm kind of excited to show it. This is the new interface that Super Capes is being rewritten to look like the line balancing system here, so it's very graphical, intense, and nicer GUI.
I should explain what's going on with the loader.
Well, right now it's just calling in the line balance system.
I know, but it's going to put it on the PC.
Well, eventually what Dave's alluding to is when we work on line balancing, here, let me start up here. I'm going to go in and I'm going to open a line balance. And these are all of the MX-30 line balances that we've done for the MX-30 here at the tractor plant, so you can see that we've been able to actually use this system for basically all of our line balancing. And I'm going to bring up one called test. And I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to edit that line balance. What it's doing right now is actually checking a copy of the line balance off the server and bringing it into the PC so that I can work with it a lot quicker. So I pay a little bit of a penalty now, but you'll see it works fairly fast and it's a graphical intense application, so I want to pull a copy of the line balance into the PC. What that also does is it allows me to work with my line balance and manipulate it, and if I figured out I trashed that thing and I want to start over from scratch, all I got to do is not save the line balance because the real line balance is still over on the server. I'm just working on a temporary copy here. It's also good for system crashes. If the system crashes, whatever you saved last is what you'll be able to retrieve. So I'm checking out a copy of the line balance. One other thing I should point out real quick is that we have these balance time methods like LAP, WSS, and single balance time. That's because when I went around and visited all your plants, there were a couple different ways of doing line balancing. For instance, in LAP, as far as if you're going to determine your tack time or your balance time, you figure out the number of operators it's going to take to build your average tractor, and the balance time is just equal to the total time of the route divided by the number of operators. That's your balance time. If you're in Doncaster, they look at it a little differently. They'll say, I need to make 48 units today, and I got 8 hours to do it. Therefore, I better be building 6 an hour. Every 10 minutes, I better have a unit indexing off my line. I'm just going to call my balance time 10 minutes, and I'll fill in the number of men that it takes in order to meet that balance time based upon my schedule. And the WSS is very similar to the work standard system, where you can have multiple routes within the line balance, but you could say I'm going to build 60% Magnum and 40% MX30, and it will take those frequencies into consideration when it's determining what the actual time of the assignment is and calculating the balance time. So it's just like WSS. If I put two routes in here, one's in Magnum and one's in MX30, and 60% and 40%, the balance time is going to be 60% of the total time of Magnum plus 40% of the total time of the MX30 divided by the total number of operators will give me my balance time. So in product variants, I'm not even going to touch because that's a Doncaster thing. Let me go in and get into what I call the assignments. Oh, the other thing, you have a line balance header, which is equal to a line balance name plus a couple of effectivity dates. The version number is 1, indicating that I am working on a temporary copy. But I can have, I don't know if there's any Burlington people here, it also allows you to have multiple levels of routes too, so that I have my Magnum, I have my Maxim, but for the Magnum tractor I have another route that's a 50% option to my Magnum. I can have another level of routes that I can frequency to the top level of routes. That's how Burlington uses the WSS system, so you can do that as well. But here's what I think is pretty slick. I'm in what I call assignment 0, and when I start line balancing, all the information appears in man 0, and all you do is you click and drag and you highlight. And when you do that, this little assignment management window pops up that I'm going to move out of the way. That tells me I've selected 4.65 minutes worth of work. I'm going to cancel that. I can also click and drag backwards, and you'll notice now that the operations come in 40, 35, 30, 20, and 10, still 4.65 minutes worth of work, where if you're a process engineer, you understand that operation numbers do not necessarily drive sequence. And within the line balance system, I can move these operations around in any order that I want. I can even do this. It's kind of slick. I can hold down the control key and say, I want this operation, and these 3 in reverse order. And by golly, they'll come in that order if I say select rows. So 10, 30, 50, 45, 40. So I have a lot of flexibility in terms of how I select these operations. Then all I have to do is go to where I want to put it, and I say I want to put it right there. It's a little slow the first time. Give it a sec. And I have to say right there, there we go, and say either move before or move after. So if I say move after, it's going to take that amount of work and it's just going to drop it into assignment number 1. Then all it's doing is it's taking this time, adding it up, and saying I got 6.5 minutes worth of work against a balance time of 33.46, which right now all it's doing is taking the total amount of time of the Cab North line and dividing it by 5 operators. Interesting enough, if I go up here and I change this to a 2-bucket assignment, you'll see the balance time will change because now I've taken the total amount of time for MX30 and I've divided it by 6 operators. And you'll notice that I went from 6 minutes to 3 minutes in my work per operator because I've said that assignment number 1 is going to be a shared station. I have 2 guys that are doing some heavy work perhaps, so they're sharing the labor. So I've taken the total amount of work and divided it by 2 operators. And I can change that back to 1. That'll go back to 6 and my balance time will change. So let me just...
You have a limit on the number of operators you can have?
No. In fact, that's why that guy, that little carrot over there, if I end up with more than whatever it fits, 6, 7, 8, you just keep carroting over until you need to get to your other operator. But you bring up a good point. Let me move some work around. When you end up with very long lines, 20, 30 people, do I need to move the work to assignment, is it 15, 12, where does this work need to go? So by Steve Anderson's suggestion, we've come up with this little box here where I can go in and I can name these people. So I can say this is Steve, or I can say this is where the lift bail is, or whatever. So you can start to name these things and you can pop open this box at any time. So if you know you need to move a particular work element to a particular station, you can pop open and get a description of your work elements at any time. What's also neat too is in LAP, I know if you need to add a man or you need to add an assignment, you need to add it to the end of the line and then rejuggle work around. What I can do here, now I've given work to man 1 and work to man 2, and one's Steve and one's lift bail, but I'm going to go here and I'm going to say insert an assignment, and I'm going to call that assignment new. And say, okay, so I got the new assignment. I say done. I come out here. I still have assignment number 1's got work. Assignment number 3's got work. And I'm able to insert a blank assignment between man number 1 and man number 2. So that'll make it easier if you do need to shuffle work around. What also is neat is that you can add line constant operations to this thing. So if you have a line constant and everyone has line constants, you can say add, and I think what it's doing right now is it's asking me for a name of a route that contains line constants, and I think Betsy's created one called line constants. She has. One of the process engineers has created a route called line constants, and she's just started to put some operations in there. I have an operation 10, which is my line constant for cab south, and it's 1.71 minutes. I have operation 20, which is 1.57 minutes, and if this is the line constant I want, I just say select it. Now I have the option of saying this is first in sequence, or if I click it off, it's last in sequence. Or it can be constant by the man, or constant for the assignment. Constant for man would be if I make it a 2-operator assignment, it's going to multiply the line constant by 2 men. You can have up to 10 line constants that are first in sequence and up to 10 line constants that are last in sequence. So you have up to 20 line constant operations that you can have. Now, these will get automatically, you'll be able to see, I'll say done, I'll say save. And what it's doing right now is it's going through the existing assignments and it's adding that 1.57 minutes worth of work. And it has to adjust the balance time, because now the balance time is what? It's the total time of the MX30 route plus the line constant multiplied by the total number of men divided by the total number of men. So it will actually adjust the balance time because I've added more work. So now you're seeing assignment number 2, the new assignment, and all there is right now is the line constant op. If I go to assignment 1, here's something I should point out that I didn't point out. You can use that move option not to only move work between assignments, but also to resequence work. So if I want to move 40, let's see if this works. Yeah, you can just say move 40, move before operation 10 there, so you can actually use the move commands to also resequence work. If I try to take something and move it before the line constant operation, it'll come up and say you can't, because you can't select the line constant operation. So you can guarantee that your line constant operation will always be the first in the sequence. So let me go back and move a whole heap of work. Oops. What's going on? I must still have something selected.
You put 2 people in a man assignment.
No, it's just a gross average. So I mean, if you had 2 men and they really are doing different work, then you really should make them 2 different assignments. One thing that we've done for the cab line, for the people at Tractor that are familiar with the cab line, is that when you get to the cab test station on the cab north line, you have what? 28 minutes to test a cab, and maybe the actual station time is 14 minutes. So I think what Betsy's done in that case is she's created, she's said the operation's 28 minutes worth of work, but she's made a 2-man assignment. Because the work's being done in parallel, 28 divided by 2 is 14, so you know that you got a good flow. So depending on the situation, we're able to come up with some workarounds, but that's one that I can come up with for the cab line. We had 28 minutes worth of work, but we have 2 stations doing it in parallel, so that would be a case where we made it a 2-man assignment.
One thing on line,
Okay.
your whole chunk of work is to assemble your cab is 30 minutes. When you start adding line constants in, then your amount of work is increasing. It's part of the 30 minutes for 10 men to have this 1.5 minutes worth of work.
I guess I'm confused by the question, by the specifics of the question.
Okay, so you have a cab assembly that takes 30 minutes to build a cab.
Are you assigning this 30 minutes of worth of work to one assignment?
4 or 5 people or whatever.
Okay, well, are they 4 or 5 people in one assignment, or are they 4 or 5 distinct assignments? In other words, is it like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 here, or is it one?
No, just like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
All right, I got 30 minutes worth of work. I'm going to divide it amongst 5 guys, and so it averages out to, let's say you're pretty close to 3 minutes a man.
Right.
Okay.
But we throw some line constants in.
Okay.
Then the 30 minutes is no longer 30 minutes, right?
Correct. Correct.
Well, what you thought would be you're going to produce X amount of cabs with X amount of people would no longer be true.
Right. From what I've seen, the time of the line constant seems to be pretty minor to the time of the actual route. I guess it would depend on the size of the line constant. I know Betsy, that's an actual Betsy line constant of 1.57 minutes.
We have our line constants in at 30 minutes already.
Okay.
Already said, hey, we got 6 of these, and they're already in.
Right. Well, here's the difference. Now, in WSS, if you know that you have a line constant and you need to assign it to each up to 6 people, you're putting that out. A lot of times I've seen the people, you put it in 6 times. What I'm saying here is you don't do that now. You just create one line constant operation, and when you create a new man, it's automatically going to add the time in there. And if you delete the man, it automatically takes the time out. So I'm just trying to make your life easier, actually. But I'm still having a problem moving work around, and I'm going to try it once more, and if it doesn't work, so we must confirm or cancel the range. What's going on here? If I say, okay, here we go. I had an operation. Bear with me one moment. I'm going to take a bunch of work. And I'm going to go and I'm going to move it to, anywhere. I'm going to move it after. So now I've taken 23 minutes worth of work and I've moved it into this assignment. I'm going to go to the summary screen just to show you what our summary screen looks like. And there are 2 depending on, the summary screens are depending on the type that you chose. If you chose WSS, I'm going to show you a WS looking summary. If you chose LAP, I'm going to show you an LAP looking summary. So this is an LAP-like summary. And what you see here is you see 31.32 minutes worth of work, and you see it highlighted in red because it's above the 105% of the average. This is configurable too, and Racine it's plus or minus 5% of the balance time. In Doncaster, actually, it's 0 to negative 10% of the balance time. And I think in East Moline and Burlington, it's plus or minus 3%. So that's totally configurable in terms of what you consider in balance. And if you're under balance, it's in blue. If it's over balance, it's in red. And if it's in balance, it's white. And lastly, I'll just show you, we have some line balance reports. There are some that come with the system, and then there are some that I've done custom, and they're in the custom ones I've showed you in your packet. Just to show you what one of these looks like. You can send it to either the screen, the printer, or file. And now it's going to put together a report. Some of these reports take a little bit to generate, and the reason is if you remember, way in the beginning I said, I'm going to take a copy of the line balance and I'm going to put it in the PC, right? But when I did that, all I did is I took basically the operations and the operation times, just enough information that I can do my line balancing. So if you want to do a more sophisticated report, like show me all the parts for man assignment number 4, now I need to go back to the database server and regather that information so I can generate the report. But basically all I'm looking at here is assignment number 1 called Steve, and here's the line constant, and here's all the work I assigned to Steve, broken up into pages. So, I think in some of the other systems, LAP, WSS, sometimes when you want to do some reports, you had to actually, it's a mainframe system, so sometimes you have to actually submit a request to get the report. Here it's all done in real time using the data that's on the PC. So you can see some things run slow, some things run fast, but I think it's a nice graphical interface, and it's got a lot of flexibility, and we've been able to use it successfully for MX30. So that's line balancing.
And also keep in mind we're running this on a 486, so we didn't want to snow you that we got some high-speed Pentium going here. Okay, need the mic.
Okay.
Switch me over.
Yeah, well, I'm closing the line.
Okay. Okay, while he's closing the application, I'm bringing up my presentation again. Do you have any questions about line balancing here? We're going to show you the data integration, a few other things here shortly. Yes?
PF&D.
PF&D factors, that comes in when you're creating the time using the lease process, or when you're doing, you can also create the time offline. If you've got a database of time, not everybody here is on most, we can import that for you and make it a pick list. We have that functionality. Anything else? Okay. Still, what's it doing?
Well,
down?
It's got to look at what I did. It's got to flush all that stuff out. Clear up the
Yeah.
space.
What's the flow sequence we're using here for ECNs again?
An ECN, okay, the important point to make, and you raise it, is that the responsibilities of an assembly process engineer do not go away with this tool. He still must sit there and do his job, which means that all of the controls and mechanics of effecting change are just as they are today. We don't touch that. All we do is give him a tool to more efficiently do his process planning and manage that information. And we'll show you later how we do capture ECN information using the Raft tool later. But it is not in a, it's a data entry, okay? It is not some formalized integrated piece yet. Is the potential there? Yes. There's lots of futures here and lots of opportunities. But we can't even take step 1 until we get all this data in one system.
So you got to go into CMS, get an activity class report or something like that.
Right.
Put it out. Okay.
Right. Right. Well, whatever process your site uses to do ECN changes doesn't change. It's just the tool in front of you to produce the output that's required for that change.
All right, it's close, Dave.
This is longer than it took yesterday.
You have a 7-minute PowerPoint presentation.
Okay.
Dave, is CAPES the tool that we use to tie the elements back to the generic?
Yes.
That's pretty darn important. I don't know how many of us are CMS3 and that's going to be a real good tool at that time.
Right. Right. You'll see.
Ready to talk more about that elsewhere?
Yes, we do. We've got some slides and a few other things here, and let me continue on. And if we don't address it, we'll get back to it. Okay. Okay. Just to recap a little bit on the CAPES line balance. The important thing to note is we have an assignment of functions. Assignment functions are also move the resource record. So when you're moving that operation across an assembly line to balance it, you're moving all those resources with it. Something you cannot do today at CASE. Also, the work element is associated to a physical location and that labor resource. On the left side, you see an assignment 1 with the sequence 1 and 2 for the operation. You see there's 2 operations, 30-1 and 30-2. That could be putting on, let's say, the mirror. One's a European mirror, one's a North American mirror, something like that. You see the time for those operations in a total of 4.25, and in this example on assignment 1, we've asterisked the 2-minute one because the rule that's in place for this balance is to use the high time when there's variance to an operation. So the total is 4.25. Or in another case, let's say an example for assignment 2, there are no variants and it just totals it up. Also associated when you do that line balance work, 2 is the generic code. So for section 04, option AD and AB of the price book at the customer sees and the dealer, we've assigned that by placing the parts associated with those options to operation 30, which is sequence 1, which is assigned to assignment 1 on the assembly line, which belongs to a routing. So the whole thing is tied and integrated together behind the scenes in Super CAPES.
One of the assembly line management part of CMS3, that's one of the big issues, is which components of that particular generic are assembled at what station down there.
Right.
For stock delivery.
Right, and we'll show you that integration piece here about stock delivery, and then you can elaborate on how it interfaces or means a lot in CMS3. Okay, just to recap here, CAPES associates resources to the work element. I think we've demonstrated and showed you that. And also the work element to the generic code, the work element to the man assignment and the generic code, and this is what really is important, as you'll see later, is the man assignment to the product, which is the key for data retrieval based on a customer order. So what these tools enable us to do is make that important link between the customer order and what's actually going on in the shop floor and what's required in terms of resources to perform that work. So now moving on, we'll talk more about what are visual work instructions. And I think if we asked everyone in this room, you're going to get a different interpretation of that. We're going to give you our interpretation based on a lot of discussions with people in the plants. If yours varies from that, I can assure you that the product is that flexible that we can meet whatever interpretation you want to make. But basically, it's a graphic-intensive means of conveying assembly information to the shop floor. If any of you have seen the textual stuff we use in many of the plants, and although I know a lot of you have gone into the OMS sheet creation that is visual, it's a labor-intensive effort, and we think we've got a tool here that's going to help speed that along. It's also the manufacturing process documentation of the future. I think that we need more visual tools out there because of the fast pace of change and the training we're going to require to keep these people current on that change. But it's important to note that developing and maintaining visual work instructions is a new function for manufacturing, engineering, and process planners at Case Corporation. In most plants, this is not something they do on a regular basis. Okay, so in that sense, it is an incremental added work, but hopefully we've offset that add by some of the speed and capability of the CAPES tool. What visual work instructions are not, they are not a paraphrase of the engineering drawing. We do not take drawings and mark them up and just add notes to them. They're not always driven by engineering drawing changes. Sometimes we affect changes as those of us who have processed for safety, quality, or method or tooling reasons. So the notion of having an automatic link because an ECN change comes through where the drawing just blows right through the system is a mistake, because there's too many other value-added activities that go on. You have to think about what is the impact on time, safety, or method changes to make that link automatic. Technically, yeah, we probably could do it, but we're not proposing that. The argument for visual work instruction is the need to improve and sustain product quality. If a picture's worth 1,000 words, I think visuals are going to equate to improved quality in the shop floor. And I know that in some of the product launches, especially Burlington, there was huge pictures put on the shop there to show the employees what we have to do to put that new product together. So I think we've already tested and proven that concept. The other initiative, and Tom Broccoli's in the back of the room here driving this, is demand flow manufacturing. I think most people in here have heard about this, where we're trying to get the customer order driven through manufacturing in the shortest amount of time. So we need to link that order to what's going on in the shop, and these tools give us that capability. The other thing we need is, because of the pace of change, and if we're going to try and shorten the time to react to a customer's change in his order needs to be quicker. So we need to be able to flex these people up and down the line to do different work based on the orders. So we need to have a flexible workforce. Well, how do you teach that flexible workforce? You know, what if the rotating guy is in that job today? What are you going to tell him his job is for that order that's sitting in front of him on the tractor or combine or your product? The other thing is new product introduction and mixed model assembly. You know, the faster pace of change and the more we mix the models on our assembly lines, we're going to have to do a lot more training, and the complexities are going to increase. So we need a tool to communicate to those employees quickly and effectively what the work is he's supposed to do. And there's another issue, I think, an argument for visual work instruction, that is demographics. The amount of training we're going to have to do is going to increase. If you walk through the shop, I think you'll see that we have a lot of senior people out there who are getting ready to retire, and we're going to bring in a lot of new people. And I think handing them a block of text to tell them how to put that tractor together is going to hurt our production output and our quality. At this time, I'm going to turn the demonstration over to Karan Shetty, who's going to do the Raft demonstration. And I'd like to point out that Karan saw Raft for the first time a week ago Monday. He was trained for 3 days, and he's demoing it.
So if I stutter a bit, you know the problem. I can ask one of the experts around.
Oop, am I on or off? Can't tell. There it is, okay. There we go. I'm sorry, what?
Is that considered good?
Well, we'll find out.
His mic is turned off.
Oh. Karan, can you turn your mic on? Third clip. Okay.
Okay, in this, we'll basically modify a operation method sheet using Raft. The operation method sheets in Raft are stored in a location within Raft based on a route name, and we can let me open a operation for the slack line. So let me click continue to modify document, and you can see the way these documents are located under assembly. These are the classes, and we need to go to the slack line, which is under chassis. So I click on the chassis, and then it's MX30. So if you click on MX30, then you have a list of classes below it, and the slack line is one of them. So I click on the slack line, and I have operation 100-0, which actually looks like 1,000, which is actually 100-0. I click on OK, and I have the operation method sheet that shows up. The operation method sheet is a 3-page document. The first page document contains information based primarily on the parts and the part description. And there is, you can see the lower portion of the screen. This is where you enter the graphics for the operation. The next page contains.
Where did the upper portion come from? How did...
I'll tell you that next. I mean, it's an interface between Raft and Supercade. We don't want to duplicate the information again and again, so we directly send the information from Supercade.
Everything you see on the screen that he's going to show you for these 3 pages is imported from Raft. I mean, from Supercapes, or Capes rather. We're changing the name.
The next page, this second page contains information about the generic codes and the descriptions, and tool numbers and the tool descriptions, and you have description, text description of your process here. And the next page contains a history page, which actually gives you a history of how the document has gone through the process of validation, weight publishing, which we will talk later.
Excuse me a minute, Karan, can you put the resize button on the projector? Okay.
Let me go to first page. So the first page contains information about the parts and the part description and the graphics. Most of the information for this operation method sheet comes from an interface that's been written by the people in Raft and the Bristol, and so we don't have to touch any of the other information in this OMS sheet. The only information we have to do work with is the graphic area. We have to put a corresponding graphics to this operation. There are several ways you can do it. You could add a Roy drawing, you could add a scan image or a digital image. We have all the three, and we would like to show that. First, let me tell you about the zones in this graphic. Basically, the Raft graphic zone has graphic area is made of two zones. The top zone is connected to something called Draw 2D, which is a graphic package, and the bottom zone is connected to Paint. This is like a paintbrush in Windows, and this is like your AutoCAD package. And I'll be using just the top zone for this presentation. So let me click on zone and go to Draw 2D, which you can see as one of the icons on your right. It opens the graphic package. And I have several options. I can either draw something on the screen, I can write text, I can work on images, I can dimension length, I can label components, I can move, stretch, and all the rest of the graphic utilities which you have in any other graphic packages. So the first thing we will do is incorporate a Pro E image into the screen. Before you incorporate a Pro E image, you would want to get a good visual on your Pro E screen with respect to how the part is assembled. For example, we have already opened a session, so that it reduces the amount of time it takes. Let me explore this drawing. It's going to take some more time. This is an exploded view. I might decide that this is a good view and want to take it into Raft. So Raft has a very good option called Capture, wherein it can capture any portion of the screen. So if I select an area wherein we have the Pro E model, that image is going to be stored as a TIFF file, which you can bring back into Raft later. So let me click on Capture and select the drawing, Pro E drawing. So you see, I get a message box asking me to name the TIFF file. Let me call it test. Click on OK. And let me pull the test into Raft. You have a Pro E drawing. You have the Pro E drawing in Raft. Suppose I want to make modifications to this. I can, for example, I want to add an arrow to this Pro E drawing. I click on Draw, and I have an arrow option here. I can start, I can click on this, and I can add text to this saying, hey, this is a bracket. So you can make, like any other graphic packages, you can change the font, the settings of the line, and you can also change the, for example, we have a box around the image, we can change that depending on using it. For example, we can go to image, use options, say it's in cadre, I assume means box in French.
Not everything's translated yet.
And then go to change and click. There you go. You don't have the box anymore. So you can make a lot of modifications.
Took off the arrow. What happened to the arrow?
But you can bring it front. And this is what has happened is now we have bought the image to the front. These are in a draw 2D package, like any other AutoCAD packages. You have these images stored as objects, so you can bring them all to the front or back. So now we have the arrow to the front of our image. You can also, for example, I'm looking at this Pro E model and say, hey, I don't like this, I need a shaded image. What I can do is I could go up there and go to images, delete this image, go back, shade this Pro E model, come back to Raft. Save it again as a zip file, so it's not taking a lot of memory. Okay. There you go. You can make this modifications very fast.
Correct?
Yeah.
How much memory do we have for that you've done right there?
How big's the file size?
Yeah, what's the file size?
I don't know. We'll have to check later.
We can show you later. None. Compared to the Pro E model, this is not much.
Yeah, this is nothing. It's a TIFF file.
So like 20K or something like that, or bigger than that? A couple hundred?
150K.
550?
Yeah.
But you save it as several parts, right? If you save this page, you can
Well,
keep file as a test file.
right.
Yeah.
Right, that gives you the ability to manage your images. Let's say you use the same image in multiple places and there's some significant change, then you can go find out where you put that image based on its name and do a wholesale change if you choose, or at least go find out what you have to look at. So it's a very relational database, and you can, anything you put in their name, you can go find and do things with.
What database is it?
That's their own proprietary at this time.
You're using a workstation computer. Are you using that mainly to create the graphic file?
Yes.
Because when
Yes.
you go back to the network, these are going to be PCs on the shop.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Yeah, this is your authoring station. We'll get into that later.
This is where the user process engineer actually sets up his operation method. Okay, so basically you can, it's very easy for you to change any Pro E drawings, make any modifications. Suppose you don't like the way it's exploded, you can again change Pro E image and bring it back. So let me now add a digital image which we have already scanned into this Raft dictionary. So let me delete this image. We have saved it in a directory called demo, and we have scanned in from a parts catalog. We have scanned in one drawing. So you can see it's very clear. You can make modifications to this. For example, you don't want to use this as a whole image. You want to flip it. You can go delete this. You can bring it as a clip file. And you can select the area you want, and you have the whatever area you want. So it has a lot of good graphics capability. You can also bring in a scanned image.
Can you modify that drawing in any way after you have it in there?
No.
It's more or less a picture.
Yeah. It's a picture. As far as size is concerned, as far as flipping it, you can do. As far as the image is concerned, within that model, you can't change them. You can go to paint, you can change the background, you can change the foreground, but you cannot.
Yeah.
Okay, let me do that. Let me add the Pro E model which we change background of this. All I have to do is select paint and select that image.
Whoa.
And it shows up. And now I can do, for example, I need to change background. I can click on the background here and say paint. you're going to see. And I can go to Raft 2D, save the picture, click on OK. And there you go, you have changed it. Sometimes you can also paint any other object in your model. So you can change different characteristics of your picture. Next, let me bring you a digital image which we have. The digital image looks very good here, but it's not very good when it's shown on the screen, so hopefully it's a bit dark. Yeah, this is not very clear because of the conversion. So
Is this with a digital camera or a scanner?
this is with a digital camera. Sometimes you might want to use a digital camera rather than a Pro E model because that might be much more clearer than a Pro E model. So with that, you can also make a lot of other modifications. I'll let you Dave.
Can you show them the icons, placing of the icons?
There is also a library of icons which they have created. We can add these icons depending on, for example, we have a TQC, we need a TQC, we can add the TQC icon, or if we need a verify icon, we can add a verify icon. So you can add, they have a library of icons which you can use for your operation method sheet. And you can also store whatever images, whatever pictures you've made in a special directory called user directory only for you. And the structure is such that helps you do graphics very easily and in a very, not a very hard fashion.
Can you snap that now back to the actual OMS sheet? Just go back. Leave those graphics there, even though it's kind of junky. That's all right. Okay, reduce that down. Okay, so there's, junky finished image, but that's what you can do. And I mean, it's very easy to use. It allows you to get the Pro E into the drawing without having to go out and save the file as a TIFF file and then bring it all up and do all those transfers and all those non-value add mechanics.
What about Adam, Katia?
Yeah, and if you can call up the Raft software, which runs on a Unix box, and you can call up any CAD system on that same Unix box, it'll function the same way. And right, right.
For example, if you want to capture just a portion of model, it doesn't have to be a Pro, it's just a screen capture. Let me go. There you go. You can bring anything from the screen onto your, as long as you're able to display.
Your only limitation here that we've found is your imagination. If you can run Pro E, you can explode those assemblies any old which way you want. You can rotate them, which is something you can't do in the shop with photos. So we're finding that I think that the use of Pro E to bring in those images is a very powerful tool. And that's on the upside, and I've got some downside points to that also that I'll bring up in the presentation here.
But as you bring in the Pro E image, you lose layer integrity. It's essentially just the image that you import. Is that correct?
That's correct. That's right. It's a loose association. Loose in the sense that if you give the file name something intelligent that relates to it, you can do it. But again, as I mentioned earlier, if you wanted to automatically associate it right into Raft, that's a very dangerous thing, because you could make a change there and somebody not look at that change and introduce an unsafe action in a floor. You could have a bale doesn't pick up the part anymore. A lot of things could happen. So we need that assembly process engineer to interface with that. That's a key point.
What about the text fields? Are they editable from within Raft if you wanted to?
No.
They're protected so that you make sure you have a
Right. And the way we're
between CMS.
right, and the way we're rolling that out, no, and there's a positive reason for that, because your control of the process is in SuperCapes. Okay, all this does is give you a way to give that visual work instruction some graphics and publication. Okay, but the control is in SuperCapes. That's where we want to keep it. That's where the data is married together and all that good stuff. Okay, with that, we're going to take about, okay, everybody get back in the room. First off, Raft has templates. This is the Doncaster template. What you saw on the screen was the Racine template. I guess from a SIM technology management standpoint, we'd like to keep some of those fields constant, like the header information. But as far as the layout, what's on some of the pages, that's fully definable by a plant. And you can have as many templates or as few as you like, okay? But looking at a typical template here at Doncaster, you will receive an alert, and we'll demonstrate this when a change comes through from SuperCapes and you log on to Raft. It'll alert you there's been a change on an operation. It gives you the generic codes from SuperCapes, the parts list from SuperCapes, the routing header operation from SuperCapes, descriptions, and it also gives you a date stamp of when the last time that graphic was changed. That's a capability of Raft. The second page, you have the tools. You have, here they repeat the generic codes, and here's your text. It all comes from Raft. And also down here, if you choose, you can key in the ECN number that affected whatever operation you're working on. That is not an automatic link at this time, but that's a future we can look at. But at least you have a place to keep it, and then that's in the relational database. And if you want to know, let's say that something happens in the field on a product. You say, oh, when did that start? Well, that was probably ECN so-and-so. You can actually go to this database and find out all the things you did to affect that change and measure whether any of those methods you changed had an impact on whatever might have happened in the field. So it's a very powerful tool that way. In the history area, you have a revision history of when's the last time this was changed. You can input a publish date, which is important because that's the effectivity date of that operation. So if you're working on something out in the future and this is supposed to take effect on the 1st of February, you key that in, and nobody will see that until the 1st of February unless you're authorized to see it. So it'll be published on that date. Here's your CAPES last update, so you can see when the last time they effected the change in CAPES. And you can actually input, and we'll demonstrate this, your signature that was scanned in. Also within the product, there's the capability of workflow, and you can actually route these documents to multiple people in your organization, kind of like email, and have people either add value or sign off. For instance, if your responsibility is to create the method, but somebody else works on the quality piece or looks at the safety aspects, you can route it to them for their signature, and they can add whatever value they want to add. So looking at visual work instruction and graphics, some important considerations. Not all OMS require graphics. So you're not going to do this on every one, okay? Not necessarily. And not all OMS sheets include parts lists, okay? I mean, you've got operations that don't involve parts. All MO sheets do require generic codes if we're going to make this link back to the customer order. Another aspect is the graphic sources. Certainly scanning and digital photography or on-site developed drawings. You can either draw them in yourself, or if you've got some that are standards, you can scan in. And of course, the ability to do in-process drawings becomes very important when we get into the machining or simple part production, which we'll talk later about. Some other aspects of this tool is the ability to use CAD. Certainly, it's the preferred choice, I think, in the sense that you can defeature the assembly, you can explode the view, you can annotate it, and it translates into this loose connection that Clay brought up between the CAD model and your OMS sheet. But again, looking at our ECN that Randy brought up earlier, does not alter the control mechanisms. Whatever you have in place today for ECN control does not change. Some more points about visual work instruction is the CAD system challenge. And I think Tim brought this up. First off, you got to have assembly drawings out there to call up to make these. Now I said that tongue-in-cheek only because That's the fast way. You can, if you're a good Pro E user or other CAD system user, create those assemblies, but for the most part, we want to be able to call them up. Second is the accessibility. Are they stored locally? You know, right now we're installing a PDM product to improve this, but right now it's tough in some places to find out where the drawings are. And of course, the retrieval speed. We had the Pro E launched and the model up there, but I can assure you, depending on how big that assembly model, it can take minutes or hours. And that's determined more by where that file is stored. For like new products here at Tractor, most of the model work is in Burr Ridge. So to call that over the WAN system takes a considerable amount of time. But if it was stored locally, it would be much quicker. Will it be stored locally? Yes. When? When the product's released here at the end of the quarter, we'll be getting the drawings down here. And of course, you've got some skill sets to look at with your users on whether they're going to use Pro E. It's important to understand what Raft brings to the table. It brings authoring, management, and retrieval of these documents. The authoring you saw today, the management we're going to demonstrate, and the retrieval we'll demonstrate later. But keep in mind that is that blue box that the real power of the tool lies. I mean, we can all create those kinds of images in some way, shape, or form using a drawing tool or a word processor. And we can certainly double-click on the file name if we know it. But being able to manage those documents in terms of all the icons, all the drawings you use, the release dates, the ECNs, and all the things that are important to us is where the power of the tool comes in. Looking at the authoring of OMS sheets, you know, you can import the data from CAPES. You got all these graphics tools. You can open any image format literally in Raft. And you can also use the 2D or Paint tools. For document management, you've got the workflow I mentioned earlier where you can route these things for approvals or value added. You get that little change alert box that we'll show you in a few minutes. You have history and revision control, effectivity date publishing, access control, icon management, and templates. Very important tools to use to increase the productivity of creating the OMS sheet. For document retrieval, there's navigation tools, as he demonstrated, to find those documents. And there's also some viewing tools that we'll demonstrate later to display the media either on the screen or in printed format, whether it be black and white or color. And we'll also show you the GUI interface on the ease of use. So let's talk about where does the data originate. We start with engineering systems where the product's designed, and we have the WORDS database there that most of our products start in. We export that bill of material today into CMS for the initial build. What we do here with our process planning system is we export that CMS bill of material into CAPES. We do that not only on the initial load, but also on a daily basis or however frequent you want. Then in CAPES, we add the value of the tools, text, generics, time, location, and sequence using the process planning tools and a line balance, and we pass that into Raft to create the OMS sheet, which is the final deliverable to the shop floor. Data integration, which is the part that Ventling brought up earlier, let's talk through that. In CMS, we have the bill of material, which is constantly changing. What we pass from there is the parts list into the CAPES software for a pick, and that includes the generic code and all the other important information about that structure. We then begin to process plan, and once that's done, we start line balancing. So we interchange data between the line balancing and the CAPES processing to establish our line balance. Once that's done, we've now identified the part location that part is consumed at, and we can pass that back to the CMS system for the Phase 3 information it requires on part location.
That's definitive enough, Dave. The whole issue there is that you're trying to deliver material to an area.
Right.
That is capturable then?
Right. It's an address. Okay. It's you know, some characters long, and it's whatever you use for your address in the shop, column, bay number, whatever it is, and we'll be able to do that. Now, that is not available 100% right now. There is some development going on there. We have some CMS work to do, but hopefully by the time we roll it out here in first and second quarter, it'll be, or the end of first quarter, it'll be ready.
At least in our units, they have CMS 3 in third quarter, first and third quarter, and that's information that we've been discussing that? How in heck do we get that?
Yep. This might be the answer. Okay, the next step then is really a two-approaches step. You can take the information off your line balance and produce the textual outputs you have in the handouts and deliver that to the shop floor, however you choose to do that. Alternatively, we've also demonstrated if you want to use OMS sheets, you can also add in the graphics and deliver that to the shop floor. And when I talk delivery, at this point in time, we're looking at a hard copy printout, but we also know that that's not the way of the future, and we'll demonstrate how you can do that online shortly. So at this time, what I'd like to do is actually demonstrate the integration between Christian Turk and Karan, and showing you how we affect the change in capes and how it shows up in Raft and what you could do to it.
Okay.
Christian?
Just keep working. Yep. Just give me a second. I'm not going to do a whole lot on the cape side. All I'm going to do is bring up the slat line route that Karan was working on earlier. I'm going to go into that same operation 100 that he was working on. I'm going to simulate a change. Well, I'm going to actually change something in this operation, and I'm going to show you how that information jumps into Raft. So if I go into operation 100, again, I'm working with production data, so I don't want to booger up this operation too bad. We'll go into additional operation text, and down here, the quick brown fox jumped over the lazy dog. Keyboard works. Boom. So I changed this operation. I changed the way he's going to assemble it. He's going to be looking for brown foxes out on the assembly line. Okay, all I have to do now is say, send it to Raft. And it's going to take that route and the parts and the tools and the text, and it's going to send it to Karan. And Karan, you can take over. That's it. No, I didn't. We can plug the network. I think it could booger up super keeps, but we can start pretty soon.
Well, we got time. You want to shut this down?
Okay. Let me try to call up the document that Christian has changed. I'll continue to modify a document and click OK, and I'll go to the slat line operation 100-0 and click OK.
Start with, how did you know originally, how could you tell originally that you had to change the operation?
He's going to show you that. What he's going to show you right now is that, in fact, it hasn't changed yet.
There is, before you start anything, there is something called manipulate doc. If you look at the bottom
Use your
option,
mouse.
it says manipulate document automatically. If you click on that button, what it does is it gives you a list of documents that have changed, and you can select the document. So I can select this document. It gives me an option. I can use the old sheet, or I can use the new sheet. I can say select. I can click on that button and say OK, and it goes to it cranks the whole thing and it makes modification.
What's it doing?
Okay, let me now open the document. Say continue to modify the document and click OK, and go to 100-0 and click OK. It's going to, a message box is going to pop up and say that the document has been modified. So let us actually see whether this has happened. So if you go to page 2, you can see that the graphics are still the same. Nothing with respect to the graphics has changed. Whatever we have entered there is still there. So if you go to the next page, if you look at, if I zoom, you can see that the quick brown fox jumped over the lazy dog is still there. And now I can look at this document and say, if I feel that the document is complete, I can send it to the next stage, send it to the people who are validating this document. So what I do is go to Files and say, transfer the current document and click on OK. And it says transfer type acceptance, and acceptance is, it is asking me which stage do you want to send it to. Because my profile is set up that I can send it only to the next stage. It shows validation there, so I'll click on OK. It has not sent it to the next stage. It is giving me an error message which says the data signature has not been supplied, unable to approve document. So Raft document has a location where whenever you're sending a document to validation, you have to sign the document. The signatures have already been scanned in. So let me click on that column, and you can see the signature shows up. And the user, if for somebody else is logged in, his signature shows up. Since I have logged in as UV9 and for my signature showed up. Now there is also a column here called date, which is the effectivity date. For example, if I want this document to be validated and sent to the production flow, say 1 month down the line, I can click on this. I can click on this zone and say insert change date. I can make it 70 to 1997 and say OK, and then send it, save files, transfer the current document to the next stage. And say OK.
Duran, if I have one that's effective until the 16th of February, that remains in the system. If I click on my number or if I inquiry into that particular assembly, that's what I'm going to see, and
right.
come the 17th automatically. If I
Yes,
that's correct.
Depends on whether
right.
what stage we are. I mean, if it is validated, if it is not validated, it stays for validation before it goes to go.
But I assume the validator would be the processor.
Yeah.
Yeah, it could be one and the same. It depends on how you want to manage your business. It's not a function of the software, it's how you want to manage your business. Okay? And there are certain stages in Raft that a document can sit. It can be in a queue, and maybe he's going to show that.
Basically, we have, the way we have set up for the MX30 is we have 4 stages. And we have a lot more, but we have this creation stage, we have validation stage, we have wait publishing, we have public stage, we have online archive, and we have offline archive. So basically, since my profile is such that I work only on these documents in the creation stage, what I send this document to the validation stage, and the process planner, for example, approves it and sends it to wait publishing. If the date of that effectivity date is the date, it checks the date, today's date, and checks the effectivity date, and if it is the same, it then sends it to public. If not, it waits until the date, it becomes the date and today's date match before sending it to the public state. And that's the way it manages this document. Suppose you create a new document, then going through the same stages, it sends this document to archive and puts the new document in public.
And when you update from Supercapes, can you show what it's actually copying and putting the data into on your little drawing there?
Suppose you have a document in public and you send a updated information in Supercapes. What it does, it creates a new version of this document and puts it in creation.
With all the graphics and everything, all the work you've done. Because sometimes you're just changing the spelling, or you're changing the part number, and I mean the part number looks the same, or there's no graphic. So it can be a quicker process that way.
When I archive my current, I want to change, make my new 17. In the middle of March, I decided I'd like to remember how I used to do that job. I can go back and redo that.
John Mark, can you respond to that question on what happens in the archive and how do I get it back?
If the archive are still online archive, that means the file is there, so you are able to consult it, or maybe to copy data from this file to your new file. You can do that. If your file is on the offline archive, you have to retrieve it. I mean, you take it somewhere or something like that. So you have to bring it back to your disk.
So if the old operation was better than the new one, and you already archived the old one, you can bring that one back and save yourself a lot of work.
And that happens
Yeah.
sometimes, or it happens by design. That brings up the next thought, that if I have an alternate operation, by operation number, then I tie this drawing to it.
Yes.
The alternate's going to demonstrate what that is.
Yeah, the operation will have a separate alternate code, 30-1 or 2 or 3. And you can have different drawings showing different part numbers and whatever you choose.
Sometimes we'll have alternate, there's something, some machine.
Right. Yeah, maybe some option says you can't, the method is different because you can't get at it. Okay? So that's a demonstration of some of the interfacing we have that we can demonstrate. The interfacing to CMS and so on, obviously we're not going to demonstrate here. It's kind of a trust me on that one. Okay? So, let's talk about some of the benefits, costs, risks, and futures with this project. Some of the benefits. All assembly process data is now in one place. First time ever in Case Corporation. All the data is integrated and associated. First time ever in Case Corporation. Repetitive data entry is eliminated. Some of plants are better at that than others, but there's certainly usually double entry someplace. Line balancing is automated and integrated with the process planning system. First time at Case Corporation. Work instructions are more visual and understandable if you use the Raft tool to deliver OMS sheets. And I know I call them visual work instructions because that's generic. Some people call them ODS, some call them OMS. You can call it what you like. I call it visual work as a generic name. And the operator training, we believe, is easier and much faster. If the picture's worth 1,000 words, this is their solution. Looking at the impact on your operations from a plant manager's perspective, here I took the liberty of just copying our North American manufacturing goals, and I've circled what I believe to be the places where we're going to have a lot of impact in achieving those goals, and tied them to some of the softer skills and things we want to do to accomplish that. I'm not going to go through those. They're the file is on the LAN, and you can read through that and discuss that with your management. But we believe we're going to have a significant impact in being able to keep up with the pace of change, the complexities, the changes in our workforce for training with these tools. Looking at costs. SuperCape software was purchased about 1.5 years ago, and there was no charge to the plants. We already own about 80 seats of it. Database software to run it on the local PC, assuming about, was that 10, maybe 10 users or so, is $2,500. You also need a server if you don't already have one with space on it. That's not a small item. It's about 50 grand. Unix. You also need to do some training. The training will be provided by my department, and there will be no cost for that. So you're looking at about $52,500 to get going on SuperCapes. And that assumes that you've got PCs and LANs already in place. Okay? So if you don't have enough, that's not in the number.
PC minimum 486.
Whoa. Pardon me?
PC minimum would be 486.
Yeah, 46. We're running it here so you can see how fast it is. Looking at the Raft, this is supposed to come up line by line, but we got it all. Here you're going to have to, if you're going to use OMS sheets, you're going to need more storage space for about 4,000. If you need any HP workstations, they're not cheap. They're about $48K a pop. But we did buy about 35 of them, and each plant knows how many you have. So, and if you don't, I can tell you what that is. A lot of those seats were assigned to engineering because of the crunch in their learning curve, but now it's time to get them back. Raft software for about a 4-seat license is around $90K. The PC and scanner, if you need one, we used one to create some of this information, say it's about $3,300 plus some software for about $1,500. If you need a printer, I threw that in there, and some training. Most of that training, we're going to use the services of Spring, and Jean-Marc would probably be our trainer. He is the application engineer for Spring. So you're looking at about a $150,000 project here to get going on Raft. Okay? And again, you can print these off the server. This presentation's out there, so you don't need to write all this down. Looking at some of the risks, okay? CAPES version 9 problems cause, oops, excuse me, hit the button. Let's go back. Cause a launch delay. Currently, we plan to install their beta version in February, and we're anticipating an April rollout of their version 9. And the version 9 is the interface that you saw in the line balancing versus the more textual one you saw in the current processing scheme. We've learned here in our experience at Tractor that if you start to use Pro-E files across the LAN, you might cause interference problems with the LAN activity and a degradation of your LAN speed. So you need to take a serious look at where you put those HP boxes. And Mr. Peck, who is the systems manager here, got really excited when we talked about this project on that note. Funds availability. You know, this is a tight year on funding, so those numbers aren't small, and that's an issue that needs to be addressed by your plant management and prioritize. Sorry again. Resources. Could be unavailable to learn the new system. You know, one of the things you have to look at in your operation is, what are these people doing today? Do they have time to learn this? You know, maybe this ain't the right year. Maybe it's another year because you got a new launch going on or a new process. You're already deep into processing your new product. The other thing is, your other risk is do nothing. Continue to use what we have until the year 2000 and beyond. And I guess that's an option more than it is a risk, but to me it's a risk because I don't know that we can continue like we are and do the things that this company wants to do. Now let's talk a little bit about futures on the OMS retrieval side. I think I explained to you today how we want to tie the customer order to a configuration through the generic code, which will then formulate into a, excuse me, I have a question. Yes?
Dave, when you were talking finances, what kind of improved efficiency or dollar savings do you project?
Yeah, I don't have those numbers with me, but the on the Super Cape side, you know, that car was approved and those numbers are documented, and I just don't have them in my hand. On the Raft side, we've made the purchase at Doncaster and at Racine Tractor in a pilot mode. It's more strategic rather than it was pure justification. And so we've not explored using the OMS sheet, the justification, and I would look to Tom Broccoli to help me there because you know, a lot of the visual work instructions is a part of the case production system.
Well,
so.
You know, it's economically justifiable funds be available for them.
Ah, okay. Through the PIP program? Very good. Okay, well, we'll explore that, definitely. Okay, customer order, configuration, turns into a bill ticket in the shop, which then translates into an OMS sheet. This is the connection we want to make happen here down the road. If you look at that bill ticket, it could have a barcode on it. If you look at our assembly line balance and CAPE system, and we have the assignment for Station 1, a sequence of work, and some operations. And of course, with those operations, we've associated the generic code, which is the 04 section of the price book, option A, B, A, D in the case of the first line that you're looking at. So when the bill ticket comes down, there it is. He's got to make an 03 AG and an 04 AC. And now we can now tie and associate those two choices by the customer to the work that needs to be performed in the shop. And in this case, the 030 operation and the 085 are the two tagged for that generic code. So here's the big picture in one slide, if you will. We take our process planning information and our bill of material information, we collect it in the Super Capes, we massage it into a line balance, we bring that through Raft and produce an OMS sheet. On the other end of the business, we got a customer order coming in, and the specification of that order is now connected right down to the shop floor on what that person does to meet that customer order. And it's maintainable and managed. Effectivity dates, all the things we need to do to make sure that it's at the right place at the right time in the right format with the right information.
Dave, who's the person that we want to work with? Explore the details of how that works?
Again, that's a future. The details of that are not defined. I mean, it's an idea that we've set up the tools to do. You know, how we mechanically make that work systems-wise, we haven't explored that yet. we'd like to get the product in the hands of the users to make sure that it's tested and robust and working the way they want it to work before we try and integrate it any further. We got to make sure this is running before we integrate it any further. Okay? But we're laying the groundwork to do that. And how fast we do that? You know, again, funds and resources. Okay? At this time, I'd like to turn the demonstration over to Jean-Marc, who's going to show us the viewer, which is the alternate to paper. And again, we've not explored this in great detail yet because there are many other things going on in CASE on viewers, and I'll expound on that when he's done.
Dave, while this is warming up, one question for you. What about facilities that are not running CMS?
For facilities not running CMS, we would have to work with the local IS group and create that extract of the processing data or bill of material data from their current system to populate the parts list. Okay? Hopefully they have generic codes and everything. If they don't, we can still run it, but it'll work. And the other thing is we then have to put the link back on the line location if they have a place to store it. CMS sort of does, and I don't know about the other products. Now, if you're looking at some of the newer products in terms of anybody buying a new MRP or ERP system, those mostly relational databases, and it's a much easier thing because you're working in the same technology. Okay, Jean-Marc. Do you have the speaker? Yes.
Yes. I don't have the... No. Okay. I'm going to show you what is the 2-day viewer that we sell to customers. I'm sorry, it's still the menus are still in French. We're doing the function. What I want to show you is the different ways you have to select your different documents. Okay. So the first way I can show you is the way we use in Raft by moving along the different classes of documents. So here you find again the assembly, the chassis, the model of tractors, the place in the line, and you will see here the different documents that are selectable. The fact that you have a green curve on the left says that with your profile, because Raft is profile driven, okay, with your profile you can access all of these. What we intend to do is we will make special profile for shop floor people, for them only to see the documents that are in the public stage, that are valid up to date. Okay? So we may have a look at this document that Karen built. Okay? At the time you select the document, the viewer will launch raster contour. Okay? Today the way we are viewing documents are raster files. So what I'm doing is I'm asking to the server, which is in Gateway, to rasterize the document and send me the image. And here in this gray window, you will see the document very soon. I hope depending on the traffic.
Again, this is live off the server at Case West.
Okay. Here we're on full version. Okay, I can put the document on the whole screen, and I may ask, for example, to see those documents in this screen. Okay. When I'm in the document, I'm able, for example, to make some zoom. Okay. So because it's pixels, if I do a big zoom, you have big pixels on the screen. So you are able either also to move inside this window with the same size of zoom. Okay. You can build with an auxiliary window. I can show you here. And you can draw what you want to see here and you will see that on the window. So this is the way it works today. I can show you now another way to find your document. Another way to find the window is to make requests to the database. For example, find an operation from generic codes that are used in that operation. So the manager will open a menu for you. You have to select the people. Okay. So, and the system requires now me to enter a generic code. Let me find generic code that starts with H110 and send with this button. So now Raft return you the list of the different documents that use that kind of generic code. So what you have to do is just to click on one document and ask again for the server to rasterize it. Okay. So this is what we are doing today. Okay. For the future, we would like to improve the speed of retrieving the document. I mean, instead of rasterizing documents, we will use mainly PDF, for example, that can be used with Acrobat Reader. Okay. And also we are looking what we could do with intranet or internet servers. That, for example, you will have a HTTP server that will be linked to the Raft server. So, for example, from Netscape, you will be able to transmit your documents to the system for the near future.
And you know, one of the issues with the print viewer that some of the plants have got now, where you can just sit at your PC and call up a print, there was a debate before that rolled out as to whether we wait for the viewer to be on Netscape or whether we roll it out in its current format. The decision was to roll it out in its current format. And, but we have our Netscape people working on that capability so that we have one user interface across the company using Netscape to go view any document, print, procedure, whatever you want, which is what's kind of delaying me from saying, okay, you can buy this viewer, but it might be almost a throwaway as soon as they come out with the Netscape interface, which may marry with the timing that our IS people are coming up with. So for now, we're saying print them and go that route and give us a little bit of time to give you a type of tool that basically would work on any PC in the company. Okay?
Are you saying here that this would possibly be used as the way to look at OMS sheets on the assembly line?
Yes.
By your worker?
Yes.
So you can have some unique way where you could pull this for this station, this band number to that area?
Right.
Exactly. So what we want to do is to look from line balance extract where you have all the 9 assignments. Okay, and from that, from the PC you were connected to, and maybe from the user and password you gave the system to be able to show you directly the document that this man has to see depending the date and the line balance that are working.
How we connect that isn't defined, but the concept is through line balance we know what goes on at the PC that this is in front of them, assuming you got one at every station, just as a case, and that somehow we know what order's in front of that fella, and that we connect all that so that when he walks up to the screen, it's that order for that customer and the work he does on that unit. Okay, now that's ultimately where we'd like to get to, unless somebody wants to, enlighten me to a better way. But there's going to be some steps along that way, and some of those steps are technical, and some of those are procedural, and some of those are capability of the integration. So all that needs to be sorted out, and we're not ready to roll that out yet, but we are ready to talk about it, and we'll be doing that as we visit the plants. Right. Yeah. Well, you're right. That's a good point. If we look at the technology, they have quote-unquote dumb terminals that just have internet interface. And if all the data is out there, you don't need to put a $4,000 or $5,000 PC because it's, you're calling up images. You put some just rocket image machine out there with no keyboard and just a mouse or a touch screen. So there's all kinds of technical possibilities, and we're setting ourselves up to use whatever comes our way. Okay, Jean-Marc?
Yeah, that's
okay.
Just maybe to go further on this way, I just called up this morning our team that is developing Raft, and they told me that they succeed in running this viewer inside Netscape. So we are working on it.
Okay, is that it? Okay, very good. Thank you. All right. Okay. So we showed you some of the futures to kind of whet your appetite and where we'd like to take the project down the road. Let's talk about status, schedule, and next steps, and that'll conclude the presentation. I invite you afterward to stay around. We can demonstrate more and discuss other points. The status on Capes, it was installed in Doncaster in May of '95, and they're processing the MX-30 tractor, which is going to be FA'd here in Doncaster. Help me, Steve. When?
It's here in March, Doncaster, in April.
Okay, in April, in FA in April in Doncaster. It's installed here in Racine. They processed the MX-30, and their FA is in March, a couple months from now. We also installed line balancing software in July of '96 at both sites. And it's important to note here that this line balancing is the first software for PSI, the supplier of that product. And it is been designed for case manufacturing. However, they are having success in the market and selling this tool. And they've also got, they got some pending orders from companies who are looking to buy the product just because of line balance. So it is being accepted as not only in case if you folks give us a yes today, but also in places outside of case. Raft was installed in Crepy in December of '92, and in Saint-Dizier in December of '94, Doncaster in October, and as I mentioned earlier, Racine here just last week. So what you're seeing is what was just set up in the last 8 work days. Okay? Looking at Crepy, Crepy is using the tool, and so is Saint-Dizier, in a much different way than we've demonstrated. In Crepy, they're keying in the processing information on the template of Raft, adding in their image, printing it, putting it out in the shop, and they have books and they go look at it. Okay? It's not interfaced with anything. Correct, Jacqueline? So you can walk into Crepy, you can walk in the shop, and you'll see all kinds of books on how to put the product together, and it looks just like us, a little different template format, but not near as sophisticated. If you go to Saint-Dizier, they had a process planning system they created in Capes. Excuse me, on a VAC system. Okay? They wrote their own. When they got Raft, they took all that information and they populated it into Raft, and now Raft is their process planning tool for piece parts, not assembly. Right? They have, and John Mark can quote me, they are the most sophisticated user of the Raft product. Our own case Saint-Dizier plant. And if you want an attestment to that, I only have 3 of these, and I'm not going to let any of them out. But if you'd like to look at what they've done, it's all here in the book, and it's all based on piece part manufacturing. We're planning to go over there and learn about what they did and how they use it, with the idea that we'd like to take this also to a next step, and that is to move from assembly into piece part manufacturing to use this tool also. No, there's no timing on that. No, it's a goal. Let's look at the plan implementation steps. First, we need to create a project plan and some timing. Then we talk about the investments and get the car approvals for whatever hardware or software you might need. We get that installed if it's required. Again, you need to look at and talk to your IS people about what server capabilities you have. And then we need to install the software and do some migration of existing data. Now that's a two-bladed sword. On the one side of the sword, it makes it slick and fast, and it minimizes the amount of data entry you may have to do again. The other side of the sword, it assumes that your data is all right and accurate. So you may want to enter it all in anyway, just to refresh and get rid of those old sleeping dogs that were errors in your data. I don't know. It's a decision we'll decide when we talk about the planning stage. The next step is to train the people, which will be a combination of our group and corporate IS for your local IS support, and possibly spring, and then we work on the startup collectively. Looking at some timing charts here, let me walk through this, some of the logic. You know, we're tracking here with our implementation of Raft And we're looking at specking out some of the shop floor requirements, some of the how we're going to interface, what do we want it to do, how do we want it to work. So we haven't started that yet. Version 9 development's in process. We're going to be installing it here at Doncaster and Racine on the beta versions, and it should be done if they track the schedule by April. We've also started the Raft implementation here at Tractor. And looking at a total rollout, Doncaster and Racine should be up and running with everything they're going to get out of this phase here by the 1st of May. The next place we'd like to go is Burlington, starting in midsummer, followed by Creppy, and the tie there, of course, is the loader backhoe. The other reason we want to go to Burlington is they don't have any major product programs going on during this year. The next place is Saint-Dizier, and there they've got so much done in Raft that we'd like to just bring in the Super Capes product, and they're very anxious to use the assembly tools that Capes and the Line Balance have, because they have nothing. Okay. Then the next place we think we'd like to go is East Moline, followed by Wichita, Fargo, and we've got transmission in Hamilton at the bottom here is unscheduled. With respect to these 3 plants and the other 2, the timing can be changed, the order can be changed. You know, this is what I think seems to make sense. And I got East Moline out here because I think you're going to require some probably server and capital work because you got a hell of a lot of assembly out there. And I don't know if there's going to be money for you to do that until '98. But that's just my gut feel, not my decision to make, and I'll talk about where we go from here. Next steps then is to distribute today's video of the presentation, and there's a yellow sheet. If you'd like a copy of this, please sign up if you haven't done so already. I'd like you to go back and review today's presentation with your interested parties at your local place. Okay, I think we need to spread the word on what this is capable of doing and start talking about resources, timing, you know, the impact on your plant, capital, and so on. Next, I'm going to come out with my team and visit the plants to talk about your interests, concerns, and timing, and I'll start that around the 1st of February. The next step also for us is to install that beta version and get that debugged and ready to go for production. The last step here is to, same thing. Oh, it's a different plant, sorry. One's at Doncaster and the other's at Racine Tractor. So that concludes the presentation. Hopefully you found it of interest to you and you have some exciting news to take back to your plants. Please spread the word and talk to your management staff about what we have to offer here, because I'll be coming around to talk to them about the next steps. This concludes the formal presentation. I have one more task I'd like to do before we leave, and we can phase out of the video. Hopefully most of you are familiar with the plus delta, which is